time for lunch, and I'll just make sure that there's a giant sprinter van in that driveway. You can just pop it right down next to the street between the sprinter van and the street on the driveway, and I'll take care of it. Sweet. I'll be with you as soon as you're done. Sounds great. Thank you. Bye. Oh, the last thing on this is the order in which you touch things is like a race. So when you take off that main graphic and the tab will appear next to the text. Got it. And some of these names are a little bit longer. If you were doing Black Crosses Champion, that might fill up that entire lower third. If it's just a battle,
Which one?
so like if you did, if it said Black Crosses Champion, that might take up a lot compared to what that lower third looks like. So if it's too wide, you can, when you go in and edit, you can reduce the text size just a slight. Just so, just
Cool.
it's stuff I know that you can figure out. I just don't want to tell people I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds good. There's the cow. A lot of cows. That could look like a lot of.
It's a lot. We did
One kid.
two. So we have a 3-year-old Indiana, and we have a 1-year-old
Steer exhibitors, second call, lightweight Americans. Bring them on over.
How old is your brother, you said?
1. He was born yesterday.
She was born 2 weeks after I graduated. Oh, look, I don't have a choice. I have to graduate. I actually graduated early. Nice.
I was taking 2 classes at once in the same time slot.
Dope.
And then classes that was supposed to be in person, I just couldn't get to. We had all of my professors yesterday to try to arrange my schedule.
Nice. Wow. You're a professor.
I guess. No, I took partial on that one.
What classes am I doing?
You have 2 kids?
3.
3.
Very cool.
Yep. 6.
Mine is 6. Middle is 4.
The San Angelo Steer Show 2023. We want to thank everyone for being here today. And if you could pause for just a moment, we have Jacqueline Dankworth, Ballinger FFA, that will lead us in prayer.
Please pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, I pray today that you watch over each and every soul. I pray for peace and prosperity of those around us and with us. I pray that you grant us the ability to show to our best. I also pray that you watch over each and every family, friends, and livestock as well that travel home today. In your name we pray, amen.
And now if you would remain standing and remove your hats for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and the home of the brave?
We'll be bringing in our lightweight first class American Breeds and Crosses. Today we would like to welcome Spencer Cotton. Spencer grew up in Nevada, Missouri, on his family's cow and calf operation where they raise show cattle. He is judged collegiately and is currently the livestock judging team coach at Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma, and continues to raise show cattle and goats with his family. We want to thank Spencer Cotton for being here today and being our judge for our steer show, and let's give him a round of applause. Entering the ring right now is our first class of American Breeds and Crosses, our lightweight class. There's 22, the weight ranging from 1,000 to 1,144. Exhibitors in this class are Jenna Tennyson, Wall FFA, William Paul Hurd, Brazos County 4-H, Justice Casey, Luling FFA, Julian De La Garza, Coke County 4-H, Aubrey Bowman, Davenport FFA, Jenna Alford, Rising Star FFA, Kinley Limburg, Marion FFA, Tori Wyatt, Navarro FFA, Aradia Morrison, Burleson FFA, Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H, Brogan Stone, Tahoka FFA, Kendall Hoffman, O'Donnell FFA, Ryder and Antilli, Blackwell FFA, Jackson Dankworth, Ballinger FFA, Jesse Battle, Ballinger FFA. Corey Cavazos, Ballinger FFA. Kenya Boone, Runnels County 4-H. Tucker Clyburn, Merkel FFA. Channing McGee, Tom Green County 4-H. Kennedy Weatherford, Tom Green County 4-H. Caroline Colton, Wise County 4-H. And Sydney Costisha Santo FFA.
Attention steer exhibitors, just as an FYI or maybe some new info, depends on who you are. We will sell 2 per class in every class today. And so those top 2 animals will go through the premium sale. The premium sale is in April here for the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. So if you are in the top 2, you will need to make your way down to the backdrop area where the drug testing location is and where the scale is set up. We will have to have a parent, county agent, or an ag teacher there so that the validation folks can take their hair sample and you can validate that. And then also you have to be there for the drug testing sample to be taken. And so again, if your kiddo is first or second, please make sure you make your way down there to the drug testing area and to the validation check.
First call, second class, middleweight Americans, first call.
announcement. If you are first or second in your class, at the conclusion of the breed drive, we will brand those cattle other than the breed reserve breed champion. Once you are branded, drug tested, then you'll take a picture. You have to have that picture for the premium sale. That's what we use as the backdrop when you go across the sale ring. And so please make sure that you get that picture taken if you're first or second. Any others as well can get that picture done. We have to have first and seconds in all class get their picture taken at the backdrop.
Let's give these kids along the outside of the ring a round of applause. We appreciate you coming to the Steer Show and wish you luck down the road.
Steer exhibitors, if you wish to floor your steer today and put them on the truck, we will be accepting those cattle in the back of the show arena in the spur where the scale and the catch gate are. So if you wish to floor your calf today, you can take them back there anytime. We will be taking those tickets and cards today.
sir.
Good, how are you?
in the stands or anyone in the steer barn who has family members or friends that can't be here today, there is a live stream of the steer show going on right now. We encourage you to look on your Snatchball Stock Show and Rodeo website, or you can also go to, there's a Facebook page called San Angelo Exhibitors, and it will also have the link to the live stream as well. Also, to explain a little bit about what's going on right now, the judge has placed his steers, and the top 3 are now being weighed back, and then he'll bring them back in for final placing.
What? I don't know what number it is. It's going to be 3, 6, 7. Yes, like 8 or 9.
In here this morning to thank a couple of our sponsors, Darling Ingredients, Sullivan Show Supply. We appreciate their support of the steer show this morning. Also, we want to mention there are food vendors that will be along the midway and shopping vendors in the First Financial Pavilion. And again, we are live streaming the market show, and it is brought to you by the Stream Media.
Well, as we're getting our first class of them pulled in line, it's certainly a pleasure to be with y'all this morning. And we start off, and there's just a lot of variation in type and kind, and depending on what you like, there's a kind for everybody in here. But some good cattle and definitely some good pieces here in our top 10 on down the line. I thought our top 3, whenever they came in, hit me pretty hard just in terms of being cattle that are built right. They come in, their structure's right, their body type is good enough. Get up on top of them. I like the kind of freshness that they've got. And really, that's where the yellow baldy really excels in here. Whenever you get off to the side of him, does he need just a shot more belly and just a shot more flank to him? If I'm going to change him, that's where I change him. But in terms of his structure, the set of his hip and the set of his hind leg, and whenever you get up on top of these cattle, I think is where the biggest difference lies between 1 and 2. This steer is so much fresher and bolder in the way that he comes out of the back of his shoulder, and just a little more uniform in the way that he handles, and I like it, and his hide adds that too. He's just a little tighter and a little bit better hided. But whenever you set these cattle in motion, that one is very, very good in terms of his build. He's very good in terms of his balance, and that one, and just his quality level is very, very high. The calf that's coming out in second, this young man does a good job getting this one stuck out here, and his lower body, the way that he comes back through his rear rib and flank, is a little bit better than the calf that goes out right ahead of him. But whenever you get up on top of him, the turn of his upper rib and the turn coming right out of the back of his shoulder, it's not quite as good, and I'd like to change him there, change him in the way that he sets over his loin. And for me, that steer needs just a shot more bone and feature relative to his body mass up high, and it throws him out of balance just a little bit. And whenever we study that steer, he's not quite as good in his top line balance, and he's not quite as good and square and secure in the set of his hind leg whenever you get right in behind him relative to our class winner. But that was a good pair of them. You do a good job getting that one presented out here. The red calf coming out in third, I love this steer's shape. You get up on top of him, and really compared to the steer that goes out right in front of him, that's his advantage. The boldness, the shape, the spread coming out of the back of his shoulder, his muscularity, and his dimension is awesome, and I love that. That steer gets just a little plain up front. He's a little open-shouldered. He's a little cresty-necked. Whenever we get him in motion, steer that's just a little shorter out of his hip. He wants this black calf coming out here in 4, and that's what sorts him up. Whenever he comes in, change him just a little bit from a balance standpoint. He needs to be changed in his top line, the way that his tailhead sits in him. Where his tailhead sits to the top of his shoulder, he runs downhill just a little too much, and he needs a little more strength the top line, and he twists out a little more than he needs to on his front feet. But whenever you get up on top of him, I thought that was his advantage over these cattle that are coming in behind him. He is very good in his shape and muscularity and freshness, especially compared to the gray calf coming next. I like this calf structure. His body type structure gives you a real easy feed and fat steer look. He just runs out of shape and dimension. He gets just a little too stale coming out of the back of his shoulder. Needs to be just a little bit bolder and fresher in his shape. I like this steer's shape coming out next. His composition is very, very good. We need to change him in the build of his shoulder. He wants to get too open, winged out there at the base of his shoulder, and he gets just a little straight in his hock whenever he plants, and he needs just a shot more bone. I like this steer's muscularity and shape of the young man's gray painted steer coming next. Just a little skinny-legged, needs just a shot more bone. He gets a little straight and a little rigid. I like this steer's structure better. The gold one coming next, he just needs more muscularity. He gets a little too plain in his shape all the way down his top line and out of his hip. You give him a shot more muscle to go with his structural correctness and body type and balance. We'll shoot him up the line a ways. Same thing with the steer that's coming next. Again, another very sound structured, long-bodied steer that just runs out of muscle whenever you get in behind these cattle. But I do like his build just a little bit better than the steer that we're going to round out our top 10 with. Steer that's going to round out our top 10. He's got some muscle and shape to him. We set him in motion. That's where you tweak him, and from a balance standpoint, and his structure and his hip and his hind leg just doesn't go quite as good as it needs to. But a good class of them to start off our day and get rolling here in our lightweight Americans. If you guys would around ringside.
Placings for Class 1 of our lightweight Americans. First place, Kennedy Weatherford, Tom Green County 4-H. Second, Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H. In third, Kenya Boone, Ramos County 4-H. Fourth, Julian De La Garza, Cook County 4-H. In fifth, Jackson Dankworth, Ballinger FFA. In sixth, Kendall Hoffman, O'Donnell FFA. Now coming into the ring is our medium weight Americans, weight ranging from 1170 to 1309. Exhibitors in this class are Mason Hope from Bavaria FFA, Will Philippe FFA,
They're using both marks.
Avery Wardlow, Coleman FFA, Laraway, Davenport FFA, Brody Beck, Paducah FFA, Nakota Whitfield, Fisher County 4-H, Michaela Yancic, Karnes County 4-H, Avery Villarreal, Falls City FFA, Taylor Bloom, Kerr County 4-H, Coulter Winter, Lubbock County 4-H, Cameron Mason, Montgomery County 4-H, Minnie Ballou, Runnels County 4-H, Granger Pincock, Sterling County 4-H, Macy Jackson, Congreve County 4-H, Amelia Olivas, Bowie Austin FFA, Leanna Kirchner, Williamson County 4-H, and Riley Ledouce, Mansfield FFA.
I think they're using both mics, but one of them has some mics. I'm not going to repeat the mix.
Let's give these kids that are now exiting the ring a round of applause. Lots of hard work. Cheers. Lots of hours. Appreciate you coming and good luck down the road.
I guess the judge was using this one. This was one he was talking about. This one, I guess is number one. That one you weren't getting anything just now, right? When she was talking. The judge is kind of the most important, so as long as we have him, I guess it's probably fine. Yeah, it is nice for the announcement. I'm just waiting on the talk. It's working great. I know. Oh, I didn't see that. The only thing I could think of is like one of the physical connections that the Caleb likes and it's on it. Walked out, but they don't look good.
Steer exhibitors in the barn, this is final call for heavyweight Americans. We're missing one. Come on down.
just have to both SLRs or something, and we can switch. Got it. Between 1 and 2, like this one, and we can switch between 1 and internal. You can put 1, 2, and internal, and then 1 and internal. So, if that makes sense. And you go to 1 internal, and 1, 2. Okay. Cool. So then I can switch to. It's just a matter if that like works in the other one. It doesn't. Then go back to work. Okay. Right. And if he's on just like this, that's a little bit because we want this. And that's more possible since it's supposed to have all this.
Like I went in there at 8 o'clock in the morning and she was still breathing. Hey Jacob, what are you doing? You ready for next week?
We'll be after this weekend, I guess.
Their wedding this weekend? Your wedding every weekend?
No. Wedding and then Valentine's Day and then Miles' prom.
Oh, it is. I don't have to know that yet.
Well, another good class up here in our middleweight division and our Americans, and I do think a lot of differences in these cattle to sort through, but definitely a lot of quality up here on the top end. And really the gold calf that's going to go ahead and lead off does so fairly handily in my mind. I think that steer, just in regard to his balance, there's your look at him right there. I think everything fits together very, very nicely in him. Good in his neck set, good in his top line. That steer opens up just a little bit bigger and bolder into his rib cage, and he gives you just a shot more stoutness all the way to the surface as you study his bone and study his footwork. And really that steer, whenever you get him out in motion, I think he handles his hip and his hind leg. I think he's as good in motion as anything in here. Maybe change that calf just a little bit. If you're going to get very, very critical of him, his lower body balance, he gets just a little deeper in his chest floor than he does back to his flank, but really he's not bad bodied at all. Maybe just peel just a little bit of chest out of him if we're going to be real nitpicky of him. But I do think a very nice calf, my opinion, is going to go ahead and start off this calf fairly handily. This class, like his extension, young lady does a good job getting him presented out here. For me, that steer's just a little bit straighter in the angle of his shoulder. I'd like to set him back there relative to the two cattle on either side of him, give him just a shot more foot size, a shot more stoutness of structure. And of the top three, he probably is the plainest one whenever you get right in behind him in terms of pin width and hip shape. Now, I do like this calf in third in regard to his muscle, and whenever you get up on top of him, that calf's as bold down his top and he's as stout out of his hip as anything in the entire class, and that's why he sorts up here. His rib and his center body is exactly what I like in cattle. I wish we could just change him a little bit off both ends of his structure. He's just a little too forward in his shoulder, and he's a little too open in his shoulder, and I'd like to set him back in his knee. You watch that calf go away from you, he'll duck his pins, he rolls out of his hock. He needs to be set square from his hock to the ground for me to go ahead and work him up into that top pair. I do like this calf from behind just a little bit better in terms of the squareness of his hock. but whenever you study that calf up front, I think he needs to balance out just a little bit better too. There through the point of his shoulder, through his chest floor, I'd like to see him blend just a little bit smoother. Whenever you step off to a 3/4, he's got just a little more lower shoulder than he does lower hip in him, and I'd like to change that and kind of rearrange his weight distribution and see him balance out just a little bit nicer. Length and extension in this calf coming out next is very, very good. And this young lady, I've got to compliment her on getting her calf shown, because right there, you always do a great job of keeping his head up. That's a long-bodied steer that's got a great look to him. He just doesn't have as much body. He doesn't have as much real dimension and real muscle. And same whenever you go in and get your hands on that guy, he just needs a shot more to him in terms of freshness and expression. There we got it. This brindle calf coming next. I do like some pieces about this steer. He's long necked, he's extended, he's got some hip shape to him. Right behind his shoulder, he just doesn't hook up quite good enough. I'd like to see him blend and transition just a bit better from his shoulder right there into his forerib, and he gets just a little frailer in terms of his bone work, and I'd like to stouten him up all the way to the surface. The young lady steer that's right here in front of us, big-footed, stout in his bone, a little too plain, a little too round off both ends. He gets a little round out of his hip, gets a little round out of his shoulder, and just a little bit plainer from the profile. Longer neck, neater neck steer coming next. I wish he'd had just a shot more body to accompany the set of his hind leg, how he comes all the way to the surface. I like this steer from the side view profile. This gray baldy young lady does a good job getting him presented. He gets just a little bit plainer and just a little staler in his shape, and whenever we get him in motion, hip and hind leg needs to be just a little bit sounder. I like the soundness, I like the structure, I like the body type. In this steer coming out next, he gets just a little too plain, and really just a little too plain in his muscle shape whenever you get up on top of him and get your hands on him. But another good class of them there in our middleweight Americans. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate them on a nice day.
Placings in our middleweight American cross class. In first place, Coulter Winter from Lubbock County 4-H. In second, Macy Jackson, Tom Green County 4-H. In third, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Fourth, Mason Cope, Lavernia FFA. In fifth, Leanne Kirchner, Williamson County 4-H. And in sixth, Avery Villarreal, Fall City FFA. Now coming in 15 to 1555. Exhibitors are Jaylee Poole, Scurry County 4-H, Rylan Knoll, Lytle FFA, Brody Pitcock, Robert Lee FFA, Jewel Pitcock, Robert Lee FFA, Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H, Avery Villarreal, Fall City FFA, Cannon Rouse, Carnes County 4-H, Kaysen Jones, Lubbock County 4-H, Jackson Brooks, Midland County 4-H, Ryland Center, Mitchell County 4-H, Whitney Christian, Runnels County 4-H, Farron Speck, Tom Green County 4-H, Sterling McGee, Tom Green County 4-H, Addie Potts, Burke Burnett FFA, Madison Cope, Wilson County 4-H, Kinsey Hobbs, Milam County 4-H, and Jenna Tennyson Wall FFA.
What's that? Something like that.
Let's give these kids along the side rail a round of applause. Thank you for coming to the San Angelo Stock Show. We wish you luck down the road. steer exhibitors in the barn. If you have a lightweight British, you can go ahead and start bringing them up. Lightweight British. Also, several of you have been asking if there's a certain time that you can load out, and the answer is as soon as you have completed your showing, you may load out.
Plus, we're getting these cattle pulled back around. Probably one of the tougher classes to put together, in my opinion, anyway. And up here on the top end, there's just a lot of give and take in these cattle. So hang with me just here in a second, and we'll talk through each one of the advantages, especially of our top three. Differences in these cattle, and maybe each one of them has an area or two that you'd like to change them. As we talk about these two pair of cattle that are going to sort up 1 and 2 of our top 3 or of our top 4, these are the two that are this bolder, stouter, more opened up ones that whenever you get up on top of them, come out of the backside of their shoulder with the right kind of shape, the right kind of expression, and the right kind of dimension. At the standstill, this calf that wins, he is the best balanced one, and that is his advantage of our top 4. That is the one that's the best in terms of his balance, his proportions. He's neat-necked, he's neat-fronted, he's good in his top line, he's good in his lower body balance. He is fresh, and he is right on whenever you go in and get your hands on this guy, just in terms of freshness, uniformity of finish, and I love that guy whenever you go in and get your hands on him. And right there, he's got a great look to him. Now, whenever you get him in motion, I don't think it's hard to see that he just doesn't move quite good enough, especially his hip and his hind leg. He's too tight, he's a little too rigid, especially at the ground. But we'll talk about these other 3 here in just a second. I think they've all got some structure things that we need to change in them, and so whenever you add up the positives, that is the best balanced steer, that is the best bodied steer, that is the freshest handling calf that we have in here. And at the standstill, he wins and wins fairly handily, but whenever you get him in motion, that's where you'd like to pick on him. Now, the calf that's coming out here in second, didn't pull him right off the gate, but whenever you get up on top of him, that steer is the most muscular steer in the hip. Now, with that, he needs to be just a little bit better in his structure. Now, from behind these cattle, you can tell that, boy, he's got a big square hip in him, and he is really, really opened up and wide. But you study him from his pin to his hock all the way to the ground, he's a little too bow-legged for me. He's got just a little extra set to his hind leg. I'd like to change him from a structure standpoint, and he gives up just a little stoutness of bone work relative to his body mass and his lower body balance relative from his chest relative to his flank. We need to tweak that just a little bit. So if you like that calf because of his power, I don't blame you. I do too. Just like to change him from a structure standpoint. Now, the calf that's coming out in third, of our top 3, he's probably got the advantage in terms of structure, but I still don't think he's perfect because he does want to turn out just a little bit up front. He's just a little coarser in his hock joint, but in relation to just length of stride, he's probably the best of our top 3, I guess. And I do like that calf's pattern and his smoothness from the side. Get up on top of him, distantly third of our top 3 in terms of muscle. He just needs to be boulder bodied. He needs to have more shape coming right out of the back of his shoulder. He gets just a little bit flat right there through the center part of his quarter and stifle, and he needs just a little more muscle to him all the way through. But there's your look at him right there. That's a good balanced steer. He just twists out a little bit. He's a little coarser in his hock joint. If we call that one perfect structured, maybe you could make a case for him, but I don't think you can. And I think he is ranks third of our top three distantly in terms of muscle. Now the white calf coming out here in 4, that's another real good looking one at the standstill. And this young man does a good job getting him presented out here. He does a good job getting him shown. That steer's clean fronted. He's good in his lines and he's good in his silhouette. You get around him behind these cattle, he closes up too much at his base. He's just a little flatter bodied like the one that goes out right ahead of him from the top of his hip all the way through the center part of his quarter and his lower quarter. He wants to funnel to his base. We get him in motion. He's the straightest in the angle of his shoulder. He's the straightest in the angle of his hock of our top 4. We need to see him just relaxed a little bit off both ends, open him up down low and give him just a little more body shape. Now I do like the power in this calf coming out next. He is one that is ends. He wants to get underneath himself. I think that calf's right in the mid-15s, probably pushing just a little bit higher, maybe just in terms of weight than ideal. But I still think his biggest issue, hip and hind leg, wants to curl up underneath himself. And for his kind of rib and body mass, he also gets just a little bit frailer in his bone work as well. Back 2/3 of this baldy calf, I like. You've done a good job feeding this one. He's very fresh and he's very well presented. His hide and hair is beautiful. His handle is great whenever you get up on top of him. I do think that one, he's just too straight up front. And whenever we get him in motion, that's why his head carriage isn't quite as good. He wants to roll up and duck his neck, wants to come forward in his shoulder too much, get outside of himself, and could probably use just a little more hip shape. I like the power in this calf coming out next as well. This steer, just in terms of true muscle and true product and look up front, he's very good. We study him. He wants to roll out of his hock too much and get too bowed out. As you study him all the way to the surface, his back feet, his outside toe kind of curls up underneath himself, and he just needs to be square there in his structure. Here's another good-looking, nice structured, really nice made calf that just doesn't have quite enough muscle to him. We'd work him up quite a ways if he had just a little more shape right there and behind his shoulder, if he was just a little more opened up all the way through, but he's just not. But I do appreciate the structure and the look in that calf, and you do a nice job getting him shown. Kind of the opposite way on this orange calf coming next. He's very stout and he's very muscular. If we change his hind leg, we can shoot that one up the line a long ways, but he's just a little coarse. He's just a little straight in his hock. He's just a little rigid in the way that he sets them down. If we give that guy a perfect hip and hind leg, good running gear, he's towards the top of this top 10 instead of towards the bottom. Another gray calf coming next. It's got a great shape to him. He's another one that just gets a little straight off both ends, a little rock forward in his knee and a little frailer in his structure. Big bodied, sound, easy feeding calf coming out next that just gets a little too weak in his top and a little too flat from behind. A good class of them though. That class for me had a lot of challenge, but a lot of good cattle in there. Those showmen did a great job with them. Congratulations, and we'll
Placings for Class 3 of our heavyweight Americans. In first place was Addie Potts, Burt Burnett, FFA. In second, Madison Cope, Wilson County 4-H. Third, Cason Jones, Lubbock County 4-H. In fourth, Kenzie Hobbs, Milam County 4-H. In fifth, Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. And sixth, Jenna Tennyson, Wall FFA. Now coming back into the ring will be our first and second place steers from each of our weight divisions for our American Breeds and Crosses. From Class 1 of our lightweights, first place was Kennedy Weatherford, Tom Green County 4-H. And in second was Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H. From our medium weight division, our first place was Coulter Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. And in second was Macy Jackson, Tom Green County 4-H. And from our class that just finished, first place was Addie Potts, Burke Burnett, FFA. And in second was Madison Cope, Wilson County 4-H. Our judge will now be selecting the champion and reserve champion of our American division. Attention,
Well, as we
attention
work
in
through
the
our
steer
first
bar.
division of the day and get our class winners and second places back out here in our American division, we sorted through 3 good classes with a lot of good cattle in them, and I'm really happy with the 6 of them that we bring back out here. If you guys would real quick, let's go ahead and congratulate them for making it back out here out of 3 really, really nice classes. Brush over them real quick, and we'll pick you a champion in reserve here in this division. Our yellow baldy steer that we started off that first class with, I think he really set the tone and the pace for the day just in terms of picking sound-structured, good-looking, really, really fresh cattle. And obviously, I think he weighs 11'11". He's not quite there yet just in terms of size and appropriateness of finish. As you get over his rib, he probably needs just a little more time. But the thing that I like about that, Kev, is his maturity pattern is right, and he's got continuation to him. That steer is very, very high quality. He's very good looking. He's good in his lines, and he is very nice in his structure whenever we get him in motion. I thought our middleweight class was really nice, and I thought our class winner, in my opinion, sorted up fairly easily just in terms of being a good combination of correctness of structure, the right kind of body type, the right kind of muscularity down his top and out of his hip. I like this steer really whenever you get him in motion. His hip and his hind leg, the way that he gets out, his length of stride, the way that he sets down in his hock and his rear ankle, I think is very, very good. I think that steer's got enough look and balance to him whenever you get off to the side of him. We talked about him in class. If you're going to be real critical of him, you could peel just a little bit of chest out of him in relation to his flank to make his lower body just perfect whenever you get off to the side view profile. But I think whenever you add up a calf that's awesome bodied, he's muscular, he's very, very sound in his structure, and he's very appropriate in terms of his degree of finish. There's your look at him right there, that steer up top. He's very, very good in his top line, very good in his hip and his hind leg. I think that's a very good combination steer just in terms of putting together a lot of good things in an appropriate and sound package. The one that comes out of that last class, if we're just judging him standing still, I think that one gives them all they want out here. I love this steer's balance. I love his body. His advantage out here in our lineup is whenever you go in and get your hands on him, he is the boldest and he is the freshest and he is the best in the way that he comes out of the back of his shoulder and the way that he comes back over his loin and out of his hip. And there's your look at him right there. He's a good looking one too whenever you get off to the side of him. I think just in regard to look and presence and balance, you might like him the best at the standstill from the side. We talked about him and kind of my hang up on him, and what made that class very, very tough to put together is you kind of had to figure out where you were going to draw the line in regard to structure, and he is just a little too tight. He is just a little too rigid, and especially out of his hock and his rear ankle, and that's a big holdback on him for me, and that was kind of the sort there in that class. But I do think an awesome set of them that we have out here in our American division. I'm very comfortable with our champion, and for me, relatively just a routine decision out here for the one that's going to win, and I'll probably dig just a little bit harder for a reserve champion. If you would, again, put your hands together for him out here. Great day in our American division and a good way to get us started.
Haley Holman, steer exhibitor Haley Holman from Merkel. We need your steer. You're fixing to go in the ring.
As we bring our second place middleweight back into contention out here, he's wanting to fight you just a little bit, not wanting to get set up out here just perfect. But that's a really solid calf. I like his length of body. I like his extension. You get up on top of him, I think he's got some muscle and some shape in him. He's probably not quite there yet, just in terms of being right on in terms of his degree of finish. He probably needs just a little bit more on him if we're going to be honest. But again, I do think probably a little closer decision, in my opinion, for reserve. The one that's going to follow up our champion is the one that, just in terms of his rib and his body type and freshness and balance, standing still, I like the second best. The young lady with the heavyweight there in the back, she's got your reserve. Congratulations to her.
So your champion American came out of the middleweight. Colton Winter from Lubbock County 4-H, and your reserve champion out of the heavyweight, Addie Potts, Burke Burnett, FFA. The next division we'll be going into will be our British breeds. We'll start with our lightweight class. There'll be 19 in this class. Weight range from 1,005 to 1,195. Exhibitors in this class are Rayleigh Lenore, Midland County 4-H, Avery Williams, Zephyr FFA, Caitlin Saunders, Callahan County 4-H, Jacob Alba, Coleman County 4-H, Hubbard Kinsey, Coriel County 4-H, Alexander Jonas, Navarro FFA, Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H, Cheyenne Ashbrook, Tahoka FFA, Madison Thurman, McCullough County 4-H, Kai Schwerst, Farwell FFA, Tyson Digby, Scurry County 4-H, Rhett Reed, Swisher County 4-H, Haley Homan, Merkel FFA, Farron Speck, Tom Green County 4-H, McKaylee Brock, Very Best FFA, Lawson Dankworth, Tom Green County 4-H, Driscoll Aiken, Tom Green County 4-H, Ryle Dillon Meeks, Alvord FFA, and Kaylee Baker, Ustance FFA. And attention in the steer barn, this will be first call for your medium weight British. First call. We want to remind all of you exhibitors, if you place first or second, you need to be sure and get a picture with your animal for use at the sale. The sale will be held in April, and those pictures will be used in place of your actual animal being in the premium sale. Be sure you get that done before you get out of here. Also, I'm sure some of you are wondering, lunch will be taken after the black crosses. Lunch will be after the black crosses. Also, exhibitors, a reminder that if you have a if you have a champion or reserve champion, breed champion, just know that you will be reweighed before the grand champion drive. Let's give these exhibitors along the rail a round of applause as they exit the ring. We appreciate you coming to the San Angelo Steer Show. We hope you'll come and begin next year, and good luck down the road. This is your second call for medium weight British. Second call.
As we get going here in our lightweight British division, again, I think a class that's got some challenge to it because each one of these cattle up on the top end certainly has something that you like about them, and each one of them maybe has just a little something to change about them too. Red and white calf that we're going to go ahead and start off with, whenever he came right in the gate, he was going just a little bit fast, and he's kind of hammering on that back leg, and probably the longer that he stayed out here, the more that I like him. He kind of got relaxed and kind of got to moving just a little bit better the longer that he stayed out here, and I think this steer is really nice at the standstill. There's your look at him right there. He's very, very good in his balance. He's neat fronted. His neck and the way that it ties onto the top of his shoulder, I think, is very good. Of our para cattle that are just a little bolder and a little bit stouter up on the top end of this class, I really like how he comes out of the back of his shoulder. I like the set of his hip and his hind leg at the stand. Biggest thing is that steer standing still, his balance in combination with his shape and the right kind of muscularity. And I still think, even though he's not perfect in his hind leg, he wants to get outside of himself just a little bit, and he doesn't set down just perfect. For me, he's still in that window of acceptability in regard to structure, and he's the best in terms of his balance and his look and his shape and freshness, so he's going to go ahead and get us led off here. Probably a little closer decision in my mind between 2 and 3. Contrasting advantages between the two. Easily the more muscular steer is the black steer that's going to go ahead and follow our class winner. I do think he's probably matches up just a little bit better in terms of shape and muscularity. Whenever you get up on top of these two cattle, this one is pretty dominant just in terms of the shape and turn and squareness that he's got over his rib, that he's got over his loin. He's quite a bit stouter out of his hip, and honestly, set up at the standstill, he's just a little bit better looking than the calf right in behind him too. Now he gets just a little frailer in his bone work. We get him in motion. We need to lay him back in his shoulder, and he rolls up in his top and gets just a little tighter in his spine than ideal, and I do think that's what makes it close between 2 and 3, because the calf in third, whenever he came in, I like this calf quite a bit just from a structure standpoint. I do think he's the soundest steer in the entire class, and that's not even close for me. He is really smooth pattern. He's dead level down his top line. His hip and his hind leg is the best. I wish with that he combined that with a little more body, a little more rib, a little more dimension and stoutness, because whenever you get up on top of him, really of our top 4 that we have in here, he is the lightest muscled one of the initial 4 that we have out here. I wish he had just a little more to him. If he did, we could work him up a spot or 2, because he is the nicest built one in here. The white calf that's coming out next, he's moderate, he's bold bodied, he's got a little more muscle in him. That steer for me needs to balance out just a little bit better. We need to set him back in his shoulder, make him a little smoother there at the base and the point of his shoulder, and extend him out of his neck just a little bit. He's just a little stale and wrinkly heighted, and that takes away from his handle, and he gets just a little plain to his handle, and he gets just a little rounder out of his hips. So from a balance and structure and freshness standpoint, he's just not quite as good, but he's got a little more to him than that Hereford that goes out right ahead of him and the one that comes in right behind him. The steer coming in behind him, good in his neck set, dead level down his top line. I wish his lower body matched his top line just a little bit better. The deepest part of him is his chest, and you get off to a 3/4 behind these cattle. He's a little too flat in his rib, and he wants to come in and taper to his pin set, and needs just a shot more dimension from behind. The steer coming out next, he does have just a little more dimension out of his hip. Just need to change him up in his structure. He gets a little too rigid in his rear ankle, a little too tight in his rear pastern. He needs just a shot more flank to balance out just right, and we could lay him back in the angle of his shoulder a little bit as well. Shorthorn calf that's really bold-bodied, really expressive, and really neat neck. From a structure standpoint, his hind leg needs to be a little more correct for me in terms of the set and squareness and flexibility to it. You get him in motion, and that's where he runs into trouble with me. The steer that's coming next, bold-bodied, he's moderate, he's got some muscle in him. He too, whenever we get him in motion, too tight, too rigid, a little too frail in his structure. A Hereford steer that's got some length and extension and a little more bone work to him. I'd like to see him just a little smoother in his shoulder, where he transitions into his forerib, and you get up on top of him, and he is just a little plain coming out of the back of his shoulder in regard to his handle. Here's a bold-bodied calf that's got some muscle, and in terms of appropriateness of finish of our top 10, this calf is the most appropriate, and he is the most uniform whenever you get your hands over his rib, but he gets just a little too frail in his bone work to match his body mass up high, and he gets just a little short and compact, and him too, whenever we get him in motion, you can keep him rolling out there, buddy. Doing a good job of getting him shown out here. He too gets just a little tight and a little rigid in the way that he gets him going off of his rear skeleton, but a good class of them there, a lot of sword. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Put your hands together for them, if you would, on a nice job as they work their way out.
Placings for our lightweight British. First place, Tyson Digby, Scurry County 4-H. Second, Lawson Dankworth, Tom Green County 4-H. In third, Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H. Fourth, Cheyenne Ashbrook, Tahoka FFA. Fifth, Kaylee Baker, Eustis FFA. And in sixth, Fair and Spec, Tom Green County 4-H. Next coming into the ring will be our medium weight British. 22 in this class with a weight range of 1207 to 1290. Exhibitors in this class are Bailey Barth, Bandera FFA, Rhett Williams, Zephyr FFA, Harper Johnson, Nazareth FFA, Avery Wardlow, Coleman FFA, Paisley Gass, Dawson County 4-H, Jet James, Grayson County 4-H, Amber Strickland, Hill County 4-H, Bella Parker, Hood County 4-H, Harrison Brown, Burleson Centennial, Logan Yanisek, Karnes County 4-H, Finley Nossoff, Lubbock County FFA, Tatum Bales, Midland County 4-H, Beth Kellemeyer, Reynolds County 4-H, Jaylee Poole, Scurry County 4-H, Eliana Breadlove, Tom Green County 4-H, Will Aldridge, Tom Green County 4-H, Kennedy Weatherford, Tom Green County 4-H, Blakely Benson, Tom Green County 4-H, James Colton, Wise County 4-H, Jenna McClurg, Milam County 4-H, Kaylee Yant, Irion County 4-H, and Jacelyn Dankworth, Ballinger FFA. This will be first call for your heavyweight British. First call. Let's give these exhibitors along the rail a nice round of applause. We thank you for coming to our San Angelo Steer Show, and we wish you good luck down the road.
a good class of them that we have here in our middleweight British division, and probably the deepest class so far that we've had today. Pulled a lot of them off the walk whenever they came in. There's some good cattle in here, and as good and as deep as this is, there's still one in here that wins, and he does so very easily, in my opinion. Awesome looking, great balanced steer whenever you get off to the side of him. There's your look at him right there, and you do a killer job getting him shown and presented out here. Neck set's right. He's really nice and fresh-headed and youthful looking up front. The way that his neck ties onto his shoulder, his strength, the top line, length and levelness of his hip where his tail head sits, the way that his hind leg comes down to his hock and his rear ankle is very good. And I love this steer's lower body balance where his chest sits in relation to his flank. He's very uniform there in his lower body, and you get up on top of him. I love his freshness of shape, and I love his uniformity of finish. And I think whenever we get that steer in motion, not only is he the best looking one at the standstill, he also maintains that in motion, and for me handles this class relatively easily. I think that steer's very, very nice to go ahead and lead us off. Maybe a little closer decision between 2 and 3 out here. I do think this calf in second, probably just range of motion, length of stride, gets out and goes just a little bit better than this calf coming out in third, and he is just a little more attractive there about his head shape and his crest to his neck there. He's probably just a little bit neater in the way that he ties there into the top of his shoulder. And even though he's probably not as stout as the calves on either side of him in terms of bone work, get up on top of him, he's very, very fresh in his shape that he has and square coming out of the backside of his shoulder. I think just in terms of mobility, he gets around this calf that's coming out in 3. I like the stoutness and I like the ruggedness. I like the foot. I like the bone of the steer coming in 3. And if you like a pair switch with him standing still, wouldn't blame you at all, because I can get into one that's that stout-legged and that just opened up in terms of his skeleton and bold. He does not lack for muscle at all. He gets just a little cresty-necked. He gets just a little longer-headed. That steer, whenever we get him in motion, my biggest issue with him is the way that he hits his hock and his rear ankle. He hammers that down just a little bit too hard. If we make him just a little softer in the set of his hock and his pastern, then we're talking about making him more competitive, another spot higher and even more competitive with our class winner. The shorthorn steer that's coming out next, that's another really big outline, long-bodied steer that's good looking, that's good in his neck set. That steer for me is getting just a little more mature looking up through his chest floor. I'd like to neaten him up right there. He does get just a little puffy about his hock, and from his top all the way down, he gets just a little plainer in his shape right through the center part of his quarter and stifle and all the way down. That calf funnels just a little bit to his base, and he gets just a little plainer in his muscle shape. I do like the muscle shape of this steer coming out next. He's got a big back in him, very, very stout out of his hip. For me, he gets just a little too upright off both ends of his skeleton. We need to clean him up and his joint work just a little bit there off both ends, and he gets just a little frailer than he needs to be in relation to his body mass up high, but you do a good job getting him shown. He needs to move just a little bit better, and he needs to be cleaned up in his joint work, like I said. Here's a calf that's coming out next that whenever we get him in motion, his length of stride is definitely better, but he still, whenever you get behind him, he wants to bow out in his left hock, and he needs to be cleaned up there, tone him down in his tail head. That calf gets just a little coarser about his head and his neck, and he probably just needs to be freshened up there through his throat latch and through his chest floor. Here's another steer, a long-bodied, smooth outline steer that gets just a little bit frailer in his structure. He didn't want to set up, and he does get just a little plain in his muscle shape whenever you go in and get on top of him. Another steer that's long-necked and ties it right onto the top of his shoulder, but he breaks just a little bit in behind his shoulder. He's just a little coarser, just a little more raw there in terms of his joint work. I'd like to see him with just a shot more rib and depth of body and just a little sounder in the way that he hits off of his hip and his hind leg. Here's another steer that's good-bodied. He's very practical, just needs a little more of everything whenever you're talking about look and bone and balance and shape. Whenever you get on top of him, he's a steer that's just a little too plain over his rib and over his loin. Here's another calf that probably has the slight advantage in terms of shape to the handle, but whenever you get him in motion, we just need to change him and he's running gear off both ends of his skeleton. We need to see him just a little sounder and more flexible in the way that he hits the surface. But I thought a great class of them nonetheless. Depth, the quality in there was very good. Congratulations to all our middleweight British exhibitors. If you would, congratulate them as they work their way out.
Placings for our medium weight British in first was Paisley Gass, Dawson County 4-H. In second, Finley Nassif from Lubbock Cooper FFA. In third, Harper Johnson, Nazareth FFA. Fourth, Kennedy Weatherford, Tom Green County 4-H. In fifth, Jet James, Grayson County 4-H. And sixth, Blakely Benson, Tom Green County 4-H. Now entering the ring is our heavyweight British division, 20 in the class, weight range from 1375 to 1499. Exhibitors in this class are Natalie Taylor, Tahoka FFA, Grayson Cheshire, Pleasanton FFA, Cade Lean, Fredericksburg FFA, Ace James, Grayson County 4-H, Cannon Buckner, Ropes FFA, Court Maples, Lampasas County 4-H, Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H, Cutter Dorsey, Lubbock County 4-H, Bryceland Patchke, Idalou FFA, Kason Jones, Lubbock County 4-H, Sydney Smith, Rochelle FFA, Georgia Lenore, Midland County 4-H, Ashley Boyd, Highland FFA, Lawson Fullwood, Nolan County 4-H, Kagan O'Leary, Brock FFA, Kinsey Neve, Albany FFA, Graham Fisher, Wichita County 4-H, Riley Dillon Meeks, Alvord FFA, Kate Welburn, Denver City FFA, and Kennedy Poe, Stephenville FFA. A reminder to everyone, we will take our lunch break after the black crosses. Steer exhibitors, if you are planning on putting your non-placing steer on the truck, they are accepting those in the southeast corner of the Spur Arena. Bring your steer back in and go to the corner by the scales. They are accepting those anytime now. Let's give these kids along the rail a round of applause. Lots of hard work and hours go into raising these steers. We appreciate you all coming, and we wish you luck down the road.
go ahead and set this down. I'll take one more look at them. We'll get you a champion in reserve here in our British division. You guys around ringside, if you would, help me congratulate our first and seconds out here. Put your hands together for them on a nice job.
Your champion comes out of the middleweight division, exhibited by Paisley Gas, Dawson County 4-H. And your reserve will be out of the heavyweight division. Kate Hilborn, Denver City FFA. Congratulations.
I need Colt Roberts. Finish that lightweight black.
Exhibitor Colt Roberts from Perrin FFA. We're needing your lightweight black. You're fixing to go in the ring. Now entering the ring will be our Black European Breeds and Crosses, our lightweight division. We have 23 in this class. The weight range from 1,000 to 1,143. Exhibitors in this class are Brianna Nicole Gibbs from Wall FFA, Madeline Dertram from Kinney County 4-H, Sally Hodges, Lubbock County 4-H, Will Filipello from Brazos County 4-H, Jalen Gotcher, Bangs FFA, Hope Heredia, Crane FFA, Cambry Bibb, Fisher County 4-H, Tori Wyatt, Navarro FFA, Colt Roberts, Perrin FFA, Connor Alexander Nuncio from McCullough County 4-H, Darcy Joe Burden, Comanche County 4-H, Beth Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H, Cole Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H, Will Christian, Runnels County 4-H, Katie Joe Cody, Glen Rose FFA, Weston Wheeler, Happy FFA, Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA, McKaylee Brock, Very Best FFA, Sarari Wheeler, Wall FFA, Bailey Sulek, Lake Travis FFA, Shania Boyden, Wills Point FFA, and Emma Hensley, Ford County 4-H. We want to remind everyone that we will be taking a lunch break after the judging of the black crosses. I'm sure we'll take a 45-minute lunch break and come back and judge our final breed division, which is our other breeds and crosses, before judging for the grand and grand reserve grand champion of the show. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for today, Darling Ingredients, and also Sullivan Show Supply. As our judge, Spencer Scotton, continues to work through these cattle, we appreciate him coming out today all the way from Nevada, Missouri, where his family has a cow and calf operation. He is also judged collegiately and is currently the livestock judging team coach for Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. And he continues to raise show cattle and goats with his family. And for those of you that are needing lunch, there are vendors and exhibits along the midway if you're interested in that. Pretty good food out there. Let's give these kids along the side rail a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you all so much for coming, and we wish you good luck as you go on down the road with your steers. Medium weight steer exhibitors, you need to be in the holding area.
think he's probably just a little bit stouter than the steer that's coming right in behind him, and just a little bit better in terms of the length and levelness of his hip, and I think kind of caps off his look of balance from the profile. Now, if you're looking for the perfect built one up here on the top end, probably not going to find him, because we need to change each one of them just a little bit in terms of their structure, and we could set this steer back at his knee and maybe loosen him up just a little bit at his hock. But I still think as we get down the line, maybe we could have a little structure tweak on each and every one of these, and this one becomes the one that's the best in his balance and the best in his shape whenever you get up on top of him. The steer that's coming out next, he's really extended up front. He's really long-necked, especially the way that he ties his neck onto the top of his shoulder, I think is a bit of an advantage to the steer that's going out right ahead of him. I do like this steer's just rib and lower body a bit better than that one that's going out right in behind him. Relative to our class winner, he gives up some stoutness of foot and bone. He gives up some shape and spread right there coming out of the back of his shoulder. And we talked about him, each and every one of them maybe having just a little tweak in their structure. He's just a little straight fronted, and he gets just a little twisted out on his front too, and he gets a little outside of himself off of his rear skeleton. So I guess whenever you add up the good pieces, I like our class winner to go ahead and lead off. This one just kind of got a grocery list of little things that are going to keep him second. The black and white steer that's coming out next, that's a really long-bodied steer that's really extended. I like that about him. He just needs a shot more rib and a little more body. I think maturity and just a little more time on feed would be this guy's best friend, because he comes off just a little greener in terms of his finish, especially over his rib. He gets just a nickel round out of his hip, and I'd like to see him a little more coordinated on the go. This is one of the more muscular steers that the young man has coming in next. He is big-topped, and he is really, really stout-ended. For me, he needs to be just a little bit sounder. We need to set him back in his knee, and he wants to bow out in his hock just a little bit. The young man that's coming out here next has a good-looking long-necked one where his neck ties right onto the top of his shoulder. He's strong down his top line, and this steer actually handles very impressive right out of the back of his shoulder. He gets just a little too frail in his bone work for me. I'd like to give him just a shot more flank, and whenever we set him in motion, he's just a bit tight in his rear ankle for me to go ahead and work him up the line. As we work on down, here's a big outline, good-bodied steer that gets just a little too plain in his handle. I wish he had just a shot more muscularity to complement his look that he's got going from the side. The young man's got one that probably does have just a little more muscle in him coming out next. I just wish he was a little sounder whenever you study him, and probably extend him out just a little bit off both ends of his skeleton. The black and white steer coming next, he's got rib, he's got body, he's just a little bit bigger outline. I just like to see him just a little bit better balanced as we study him from the profile, and he just wasn't wanting to act very good for this young lady, but she's hung in there, done a nice job the whole time. Just a little more balance and eye appeal in him, I think, would help him out. Here's a steer that's got some muscle in him that the young lady's got here coming in 9. He's got a big back, and he's stout-hipped. He's just a little longer toed, and he doesn't set down quite as good at the ground in terms of his feet and his rear ankle. And then the young man with the Brockle steer that we're going to round out our class with, that's a smooth pattern steer. Whenever you study him from the side view profile, that does balance up nice, just runs out of horsepower. Whenever you're talking about bone, real width, and muscle, he gets just a little straight up front as well. Congratulations. That's a good way to start off here in our Black Cross division. You guys have been great around ringside. Put your hands together. Congratulate all our lightweight Black Cross exhibitors.
Placings for the lightweight black Europeans. In first place, Will Christian, Runnels County 4-H. In second, Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA. In third, Beth Kellemeyer, Runnels County 4-H. In fourth, Connor Alexander Nuncio, McCulloch County 4-H. Fifth, Will Filipello, Brazos County 4-H. And in sixth, Madeline Jerstrom from Kinney County 4-H. Now entering the ring will be our medium weights. We have 21 in this class. Weight range from 1147 to 1310. Exhibitors in this class are Colton Camburn, Gray County 4-H, Delana Mayfield, Andrews FFA, Case Conover, Lytle FFA, Caden Summerall, Bront FFA, Davis Bremager, Nikota Whitfield, Fisher County 4-H, Kinley Barnett, Roby FFA, Hallie White, Hutchinson County 4-H, Madison Thurman, McCulloch County 4-H, Emmett Whittley, Westbrook FFA, Jessa Battle, Ballinger FFA, Hattie Kalina, Runnels County 4-H, Braden Hoppy, Runnels County 4-H. Seiler, Morehart, Stevens County 4-H. Kaysen Griffith, Sutton County 4-H. Rhett Reed, Swisher County 4-H. Channing McGee, Tom Green County 4-H. Blake Morrow, Weiss County 4-H. Bailey Page, Willington FFA. Haley Walker, Sierra Blanca FFA. And Brandon Chriswell, El Dorado FFA. Let's give a round of applause to these exhibitors as they exit the ring. Thank you for bringing your steer to the San Angelo Stock Show, and we wish you luck down the road as you continue on. I hope you come back next year.
Well, another good class of them, and depth of quality in here is really nice. There's cattle 1 through 10 in here that sure have a lot of good to them. And up top, probably the closest decision for me anyway, comes between our initial pair of them. And there's some good differences between these cattle. I think you could find an advantage for each one of them, but I'm very comfortable with the steer that we're going to go ahead and lead off with. I think a really good-looking, good balanced steer whenever you study him. He's very fresh in his shape. Whenever you get right in behind his shoulder, he's square down his top. He's square out of his hip. Where I like him just a little bit better than that calf that's going out right behind him. He's better in his throat line. He's better in his chest floor. You study these cattle in motion, he's more nearly level down his top line. He's longer and he's leveler out of his hip, and I like the set of his hind leg just a little bit better, and I think all that adds to him having just a little more balance from the side. I like his silhouette and I like his profile just a little bit better than the steer that's coming out in second. The steer that's coming out in second is just a little stouter in his bone work. He's really, really rugged. His skin and his hide and hair is very nice, and you've done a good job getting that one presented out here and getting him shown off. And I do like his extra feature. I do like his extra foot size and bone work. For me, he's just I'd like to clean him up just a little bit there in his throat line, extend him out just a little up front relative to the one that we lead off with. We get that steer in motion. He gets just a little too much roll from his hooks to his pins. He wants to duck there in his pin set, and he doesn't flex his hock quite as well, and I'd like to change him there to make him more competitive with the one that we lead off the class with. But I thought that was a good pair of them there. That was a nice top pair to go ahead and lead off this class with. The young man, I was telling him, he sure does a good job getting this calf shown, and at the standstill, he's really extended up front. That calf has an awesome rib and center body laid in him. He's real bold coming right out of the back of his shoulder. His forerib shape is good. His shape down his top and out of his hip is really, really nice. That steer needs to maintain his top line just a little bit better. He gets a little weak topped whenever we get him in motion, but probably the biggest thing for me, definitely the biggest thing for me whenever we study him in his hock and his rear ankle, he's got just a little extra set to his hind leg, and he wants to knuckle up in his rear passer, and just a little too much for me to go ahead and work him up into that top pair. Here's a big-bodied, easy-feeding looking steer coming out next. I like just the practical look that guy gives off. He gets just a little frail in his structure. He's got just a little extra set to his hind leg. I'd like to see him just a little neater through his neckline and through his chest floor. Here's another steer that's got a nice look to him from the side. He's real good in his lines, especially his top line. Neck ties into his shoulder high. He's dead level down his top. Length and levelness of his hip is good. Stout in his bone work. He gets just a nickel straight off both ends for me. I'd like to lay him back in his shoulder. I'd like to give him a little more set and travel, just a little more flexibility as he gets out and travels. Here's a steer that's got some length to him, just needs a little more rib, a little more body, a little more stoutness of structure as we study him. Here's a steer that's got a lot of muscle in him. It's the young man Snip Nose Calf. He is big backed and he is really, really stout ended, just a little too round in the makeup of his hip. He gets just a shot shallower through his flank and a little frailer there in his bone work. Another big bodied, real easy feeding steer that gets a little plain in his look and plain in his shape. Kind of same thing goes here. Here's a nice structured steer that's good bodied, just a little too plain up front. And again, go in and get your hands on him. He's a little plainer in his shape. Now this steer's not plain in his shape. He's got a great shape working out of the backside of his shoulder. Out of his hip is very good. He wants to come over at his knee just a little, and he gets a little too round out of his hip and just a bit shallow back there through his flank. Again, another steer. Length of body is good on him. I just wish we could balance him up just a little bit better from the side. He's way deeper in his chest floor than he is back to his flank, and I'd like to see him with just a little more presence from the profile. A steer that's standing still probably is just a little neater up front, but we get him in motion. He's just a little too straight, especially in the angle of his shoulder, and he's a little too rigid in the way that he sets him down from behind. So from a structure standpoint, he's going to go ahead and round out our top 10. But again, a good class of them there. They're in our middleweight black crosses. Put your hands together for them. They did an awesome job.
Placings for our medium weight. First place, Braden Hoppy, Runnels County 4-H. Second, Bailey Page, Wellington FFA. In third, Caden Summerall, Bront FFA. In fourth, Jessa Battle, Ballinger FFA. In fifth, Case Conover, Lytle FFA. And in sixth, Cason Griffin, Sutton County 4-H. And now coming into our ring will be our heavyweight Black Europeans. There are 21 in this class, weight ranging from 1333 to 1597. Exhibitors are Avery Baird, Victory FFA, Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H, Caitlin Nix, DeLeon FFA, Cade Lynn, Fredericksburg FFA, Dalton Birdwell, Bryson FFA, Braden Capps, Burleson FFA, Madeline Wall, Idalou FFA, Bryceland Patchkey, Idalou FFA, Bryson Mann, Tahoka FFA, Natalie Taylor, Tahoka FFA, Kenley Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H, Madeline Williams, Mason County 4-H, Jackson Wade Smith, Rochelle FFA, Madeline Shikadans, Perryton FFA, Jacelyn Dankworth, Ballinger FFA, Hattie Kalina, Runnels County 4-H, Luke Kalina, Wall FFA, David Garcia, Denver City FFA, Stiles Patton, Milam County 4-H, Cannon Kirk, Parker County 4-H, and Jackson Marlar, Parker County 4-H. Let's give these exhibitors along the side rail a round of applause. Thank you for coming to the San Angelo Stock Show. Hope you have a safe trip home and good luck down the road.
Well, as we get these cattle pulled around in line, another really, really good class of them that we have out here. Top to bottom, again, depth of quality in here is really, really good. And there's some good differences up here on the top end and a lot of give and take. The steer that's going to go ahead and lead off, pull him up a couple steps there. I do think that one, and just in terms of his proportions, his body type, his muscularity and freshness, I think that steer comes together very, very nicely and blends the right kind of body, the right kind of look from the side, the right kind of handle up high with the right kind of muscularity. And there's your look at him right there. I think that steer is very, very good in terms of his proportions and his silhouette and his lines from the side. And I still think he's plenty mobile enough. I'm not going to tell you that he maybe ducks his pins just a little bit, but that steer is very, very nice just in terms of his body shape, his progression as you start from the top of his shoulder out of the back of his hip. That steer is just a little bit better in where his neck ties into the top of his shoulder and his lower body balance than the calf that's coming out here in 2. The calf that's coming out in 2nd, this is the freshest calf and maybe the best handling calf that we've had in here all day. He is so good and so fresh and so bold, coming right out over his rib, big loin in him, huge stout hip. My problem with that guy is there's some times where he gives you a good look from the side, and then some times where he gets just a nickel upright in his shoulder and his neck doesn't tie in quite as good, and he gets just a little cresty there. The angle of his hock at the standstill, you could give him just a little more set and a little more flex there to his hock at the standstill, but he actually moves just a little bit better than you would expect as him standing still. But just a few too many looks where he gets just a little forward in his shoulder, a little low in his neck set. His lower body and his flank line wasn't quite as good as that one that we started off with. Steer that's coming out in 3rd, again, standing still. I like a lot about this steer, and that's kind of his best look because he doesn't want to move and he doesn't want to show very good for this young lady. Neck set is good. Top line is good. That's another one, incredibly good in the way that he comes right out of the back of his shoulder. His handle is very good. I'd like to change him just a little bit from a balance standpoint, even though I think his top line and his neck set is awesome, where he sets in his chest floor in relation to his flank. He gets just a little deeper in his chest than he is back through his rear rib and flank, and it's not that he's bad chested. His flank line just doesn't lay in him quite good enough, and whenever we get him in motion, he's just a little sluggish, and he just needs to get out and go and travel with a little more athleticism for me. Here's a steer coming next. Awesome rib, great body in him, standing still. This one's definitely competitive in my mind. He's one that gets just a little plainer right in behind his shoulder relative to the cattle that go out ahead of him. He's not quite as good, and just the shape of his chest floor and how it sits in him. You watch him travel, he wants to roll up in his spine and duck his pins just a little bit as we get him on the go. The steer coming next, again, another one, real good looking at the standstill. He's probably just a little more extended up front than that one that goes out ahead of him. From a structure standpoint is where we'll tweak him just a little bit. He gets a little forward in his shoulder. At times he gets just a little forward in his knee, and he wants to roach up and kind of roll up on his ankle just a little too much and get just a little tight pastern. Brockle face steer coming next. Young lady does a good job getting this one presented out here. Top line where his neck ties into the top of his shoulder is real good. Dead level down his top. For me, he's just a little too vertical in the angle of his shoulder, and he doesn't get out of his front end quite good enough of the set that we have out here. He's just a little too stale to the handle. I wish we could see him just a little fresher in his shape. He's just a little too nondescript and plain in his muscle pattern. Here's a steer that's probably just a little bit better at the handle. I just like to change him and give him just a shot more flank to balance him out just right as we get him in motion. He gets just a little rock forward in the angle of his shoulder where his neck doesn't tie in quite as good. He wants to roll out of his pin set just a little bit, but got him looking good right there. That's a nice calf that's got some freshness to him. Baldy calf coming next, big bodied, a real practical kind of a steer. Gets just a little too round out of his hip and just a little too plain in his shape. A big steer that we're going to round out our class with. This guy is stout. He's sure got plenty of muscle to him and plenty of product. I wish we could smooth him up in his shoulder, make him handle his top line and his tail head just a little bit better, and maybe freshen him up just a little bit in terms of his shape. But again, good class of them. They're very competitive up top. Congratulations.
Placings in this class of heavyweight Black Europeans. In first place, Kenan Kirk, Parker County 4-H. In second, Madeline Shaldans, Perryton FFA. Third, Kinley Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H. Fourth, Madeline Wall, Idalou FFA. In fifth, Cade Lynn, Fredericksburg FFA. And in sixth, Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. Coming back into our arena now will be our division first and second place winners, judging for Black European Cross Champion and Reserve. Out of our lightweight class, first place was Will Christian from Runnels County 4-H, and in second was Lexi Kalina, Wall FFA. From the middleweight class, first place was Braden Hoppy, Runnels County 4-H, and second, Bailey Page, Wellington FFA. And from our heavyweight division that was just completed, Cannon Kirk was first, Parker County 4-H, and Madeline Schledans, Perryton FFA. Again, immediately following the judging of this champion in reserve, we'll take a lunch break, and we'll let you know exactly what time we'll be back following that.
Had a really good 3 classes here in our Black Cross division. We bring 6 of them back out here. A lot of quality out here, and there was a lot of sword in those classes and a lot of good cattle, and I'm really happy with the 6 of them that come back out here that are in contention for Grand Reserve here in this division. Standing still, this calf that wins the first class is really nice, and he's very high quality. He's balanced. He's very muscular. Steer's got a great shape to him, working down his top. His handle is very, very good. We talked about him there in that class, and we could tweak them all just a little bit in terms of their structure there in that class 1. But I thought if we're going to make him a little more competitive, probably put him just a little closer to an ideal market weight and maybe change him in his structure just a little bit. But I think standing still, I do like that calf in regard to his balance and his quality. Same thing goes with the steer that wins that second class. I thought that was a good pair of them there that were up on the top end of that deal. This steer's balance and his proportions and his silhouette and lines are very good. I think he does a good job getting around the ring and motoring relative to the steer that wins that heavyweight class. I think he's weighing, what, 1174? Is that what you told me, bud? Probably just a little bit far off, and I think he probably just needs a little more time on feed, and we could smooth him up there at his shoulder if you wanted to, right in front of him. He gets just a little open there at the base of his shoulder, but still you back off to the side of him. That's a really high-quality steer that's got, again, like our Class 1 winner, he is really good over his rib and to his loin and out of his hip. We just talked about that heavyweight black class. There was a good set of them there, and I thought this steer, just in terms of his body, his boldness, his dimension, his spread up high is awesome. He's stout. He's square out of his hip. I think that steer maybe wasn't the most extreme in any one area there in that class, but I thought was the combination steer that did a good job of combining the right kind of body type, being sound enough structured, being very, very nice in terms of his balance and proportionality, very muscular and very stout and fresh steer that was there second in that class that just doesn't have the same kind of look up front. And we talked about him maybe needing to change him just a little there in the angle of his shoulder, but still, that's an incredible pair of them. I thought that was a good class. They're going to stay together. If you would, help me congratulate our 2 heavyweights on champion and reserve here in this division. They did a nice job for us.
Your champion heavyweight goes to Cannon Kirk, Parker County 4-H, and reserve champion to Madeline Shadins, Perryton FFA. Congratulations. We will take a lunch break now, and we will be calling back the lightweight other breeds at 2:15. 2:15 will be our first call back.
she was bred to that in the sale. And then she had. That was the best compliment I ever had. Best compliment I got from a customer. I got born. Excuse that. That's the best compliment I ever got. They are as good as was ever.
Austin's wife's sister.
Oh, really? Who is that? Did that little man leave? I'm gonna take him to bring him back. Yeah. Pull into the Walmart parking lot. It's always been that kind of fair now. I believe the night before the premium auction, one kid did one for them. Oh, the grandbaby is in the plan.
They're awesome. They're growing up now.
Yeah, keep having. Back when they all had the cat out there by her.
Lightweight, other Europeans, we're missing 3. We're ready to get started. Adlin Hutchins, Milan County 4-H, we're missing your steer. We're fixing to go in the ring. Now coming into the ring will be our first class of our other Europeans and crosses. Our lightweight class has 31 entrants in it. Weight ranging from 1,000 to 1116. Exhibitors in this class are Tatum Bales, Midland County 4-H, Caitlin Saunders, Callahan County 4-H, Jacob Alba, Coleman County 4-H, Emily Larway, Davenport FFA, London Bowman, Davenport FFA, Macy Helmerverick. Sorry, I apologize for that. If you come tell me how to pronounce it, I'll be sure and do a better job. Roby FFA, Alexander Jonas Navarro FFA, Georgia Wyatt, Navarro FFA, Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H, Abigail Najzak, Hill County 4-H, Logan Engel, Tahoka FFA, Carly Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H, Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H, Caper Harris, Colorado FFA. Keegan O'Leary, Brock FFA. Jolie Battle, Ballinger FFA. Zane Wagner, Wall FFA. Blaze Benson, Tom Green County 4-H. Adlin Hodgson, Milam County 4-H. Tucker Allen, Uvalde County 4-H. Carly Parsons, Victoria County 4-H. Kinsey Dobbs, Wahlberger County 4-H. TJ Kirshner, Williamson County 4-H. Blake Morrow, Wise County 4-H. Bailey Page, Wellington FFA. Delilah Alonzo, thank you, El Dorado FFA. Hudson Criswell, El Dorado FFA. Wager, Mundy FFA. Kelsey Wheeler, Wall FFA. And Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA. We want to give a big shout out to Country Barbecue, owners Carl and Cassie Bros, and Lipan Lease Service, owners John and Karen Helsher, for providing the lunch for the steer committee today. We appreciate their support. Again, we would like to thank Spencer Cotton from Nevada, Missouri for being our judge today. As he continues to work through these steers in our other Europeans and crosses, there will be 4 classes, and then we'll have the judging of that division, and then we'll follow with the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Drive. We also want to take some time to thank our sponsors, Darling Ingredients and Sullivan Show Supply. Also, steer exhibitors, remember that if you are a first or second placing steer, you must sell in the premium sale, which will be held in April. Be sure and get your picture taken, because that will be used at the premium sale. Let's give exhibitors on the rail a round of applause as they exit the ring. We thank you so much for coming. Appreciate all your hard work, dedication, and we wish you good luck as you go on down the road.
Well, a good way to get us going here in our AOC division, a good class of them, and this is high quality all the way through top to bottom. If you made the pull, if you made the top 10, you got a good calf, and there's a lot of good ones up here on the top end, and probably my decision comes down to the two of them that we got coming out in first and second. I do think that's probably the closest pair in here. Where I do like our class winner just a little bit better. We'll talk about some structure things, kick back and forth, but his outright advantage is boldness of body and dimension all the way through. His rib and coming from his shoulder into his forerib, he's the boldest one there. He's got the most shape. He's got the most squareness down his back over his rib to his loin, and he's the stoutest one out of his hip. I think he's just a little bit longer out of his hip in relation to the calf that's coming out here in second, and I'm not going to tell you that he's perfect structured because he pigeon toes just a little bit, but I still think he gets out. He probably gets out with just a little more range of motion out of his rear skeleton. Now, the one that's coming out here in second, he's a good-looking one up front. He is awesome up through his neck set and where his neck ties onto his shoulder, and he does have just a shot more bone and a little more feature. I like that all the way to the ground. For me, that calf's just a little too short out of his hip, and whenever we get him going, causes him to be a little too short in his stride, and he doesn't have the same kind of rib and body and mass and dimension as that calf that goes out right ahead of him. If that calf's just perfect in his hip and his hind leg, and he's the perfect built one, then I think you can make more of an argument there, but we've got some kick back and forth in structure talk there, and that one clearly gets outpowered whenever you get right up on top of him. Here's another really nice looking calf from the profile that the young lady does a great job getting shown out here. He is long necked. He's probably the neatest fronted calf that we have in here because he's just a little more attractive about his head shape relative to the calf that goes out right ahead of him. Standing still, he's a player, and I like him. He just needs a little more rib and body and substance coming right into his heart and his forerib. He's the tightest one there. He's the tightest into his flank, and then whenever you get him in motion, he's just a little tight in his hock in the way that he kind of brings it forward, and then he'll kind of set it back whenever he gets going. We need to change him there from a structure standpoint, but I did think there was just enough more quality from the side view profile and balance to him to go ahead and get around this black baldy steer. The black baldy steer, I like his rib cage better. He's moderate. He's good bodied. That's a real easy feeding kind of a steer. He just gets a little too round off both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to see him longer. I'd like to see him leveler out of his hip. I'd like to extend him out from his shoulder forward to make him a little more attractive, to be more competitive with the initial three that we've got. I actually like a lot of things about this silver calf coming out next. His build, his balance, his look, his freshness from the profile is really good. That one through his chest floor and his neck set, I mean, is awesome. My biggest problem with that one, whenever he hit the gate, he's just got really skinny legs, and I'd like to see him bigger footed. I'd like to see him quite a bit stouter in his bone work, because from top to bottom, it just throws off that steer so much from a balance standpoint. He just needs more bone, and they fix him there. Well, he gets a lot more competitive in here. He's just a little too frail for me. As we work on down, here's another steer that does have a shot more foot and bone work to him. I like this steer's body. He gets just a little too deep chested, a little too pitched forward in the angle of his shoulder, and his lower body balance from his flank into his chest floor just runs the opposite way. Here's one of the most muscular steers that we have in class that gets just a little too tight and rigid off of his rear skeleton. If we could see him just a little bit sounder, boy, that's a good looking stout one, and I like him whenever you get up on top of him. Here's another steer that I like his muscle and I like his shape. We just need to change him in his front end structure. He gets too forward in his shoulder, forward in his knee, and we need to tuck him down just a little neater there at his tailhead. Real stout one, in this orange one coming next, and he's got all the power and all the bone that you'd want, just a little too straight really off both ends, but especially from behind. And here's a steer that we're going to round out our class with. Good looking smooth pattern steer that's got extension, just a little too straight in his shoulder for me to go ahead and work him up any higher. But a good class of them, a very high quality set to start off our AOCs. Congratulations to those exhibitors. If you would, put your hands together for them as they get out of here.
Placings for your lightweight other European cross class. First place, Blaze Benson, Tom Green County 4-H. Second, TJ Kirchner, Williamson County 4-H. In third, Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. In fourth, Macy Helmervik from Roby FFA. In fifth, Jolie Battle, Ballinger FFA. And in sixth, Bailey Page, Wellington FFA. Now coming into the ring will be our medium lightweight class. Weight range from 1126 to 1239. Exhibitors in this class are Seth Trimble, Menard County 4-H, Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA, Addison Douglas, Byron Nelson FFA, Abigail Smith, Robert Lee FFA, Mackenzie Galacia, Robert Lee FFA, Savannah Sanchez, Samuel Clemens FFA, Caitlin Nix from De Leon FFA, Cambry Bibb, Fisher County 4-H, Chloe Cronwright, Fisher County 4-H, Kaiser Ottmeyers, Gillespie County 4-H, Roper Gass, Glasscock County 4-H, Charles Brooks Reed, Hanson County 4-H, William Lewis, Kinney County 4-H, Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H, Peyton Nuncio, McCullough County 4-H, Canton Harris, Colorado FFA, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H, Remington Blythe, Hermley FFA, Paxton Taylor, Ira FFA, Tyson Digby, Scurry County 4-H, Braden Walker Pitcock, Sterling County 4-H, Weston Wheeler, Happy FFA, Brianna Nicole Gibb, Wall FFA, Kelsey Wheeler, Wall FFA, Driscoll Aiken, Tom Green County 4-H, Amelia Olivas, Bowie Austin FFA, Lennon Mallory, Lake Travis FFA, Logan Hodgson, Milam County 4-H, Elizabeth Ramones, Weiss County 4-H, and Kaylee Baker, Eustis FFA. Heads up, exhibitors, we have a loose steer. Yeah, go over there to that corner pin. That's where they're going to catch you. Let's give these exhibitors on the side rail a round of applause, please. We want to thank you and your family for coming to the San Angelo Stock Show. We appreciate your support, and we wish you good luck down the road. Attention in the steer barn. Sterling, McGee, we're missing your steer. Medium weight, bring it on down.
As we're getting into the second class here in our AOC division, another class. These are good guys, top to bottom in here. These cattle are very, very high quality, and I'll tell you what, they're tough to make. And if you don't think so, go out and try to make one of these things that's competitive. I promise you, it's hard. And the one that wins, for me, does so pretty comfortably. That looks like the class winner right there, just in terms of his build and his balance. I do think that calf, he's probably not the heaviest muscled steer in here, but she's sure got enough for me. I like the turn of his body. I like his freshness. He's just a little bit fresher in terms of his skin and hair, and that kind of helps him pop out here. Of our top three, his feet consistently point the right direction the most correctly. We get him in motion. Not only is he the best looking and most correct standing still, we get him in motion. That's also the soundest steer that we have out here. So again, just like a lot of class winners that we talked about, a combination of balance and look and correctness with the right kind of body type and the right kind of muscularity to go ahead and lead us off. That one's the one that's just the most fault-free, I guess, to go ahead and win this class. The one that's coming out in second, he probably is the most muscular steer of our top three. Whenever you go in and get your hands on him, he's bolder coming right out of the back of his shoulder. He's got more spread of muscle down his back and out of his hip, and I like that extra stoutness. But with that, I'd like to see him just a little bit fresher hided. He's getting just a little scaly, a little dandruffy there. I'd like to tuck him down just a little neater at his tailhead. If you study that calf from the front view, he wants to come in at his knee and he twists out just a little too much, and he doesn't set down with quite as much flexibility or comfort compared to the one that we lead off with, and he is just a little coarser about his tailhead. The steer that's coming out next, man, that one is awesome necked. He is so good in his neck length and his jawline and the way that his neck ties onto the top of his shoulder. I like his foot. I like his bone. I like his feature. He's got a big hip in him. He's wide to his pin set, but he's probably not quite as impressive as you think he would be if you're just looking from behind. He's got a big, massive hip in him, but he's really not quite as massive as you think coming right out of the back of his shoulder. I'd like to change him the way that his chest floor sits in him. He, too, wants to come in at his knee, and his front end structure needs to be laid back in him just a little bit. And his chest floor, the way that it sits, even though I talked about how his neck is so awesome, the way that his chest floor sits in relation to his flank, it is just a little bit deeper, and he is just a little rounder out of his hip. This steer here, I do like his makeup. I like this steer from the ground up. He's very correct in terms of his structure. Everything is put together in this steer very, very correctly, and I thought that kind of sorted him up towards the top of our class, but I wish he just had a few more extra things. That steer is just not overwhelming in any one area. He's just a little bit plainer in his look from the side. He is just a little bit plainer in his shape. Whenever you get off to a 3/4, he's just a little flatter right there from his shoulder blade coming into his forearm. I'd like to open him up and see him just a little bit bolder right there, but I just thought he was a little more correct and appropriate in terms of his structure as we worked on down the line. Here's another calf that's a nice looking one whenever he does want to set up for this young lady. He just was giving her fits and wanted to spin around in a circle more than he did set up. I wish we could freshen him up just a little bit, and he's hide quality. He gets just a little frailer there in his structure, and he gets just a little rigid in the way that he sets down in his hock. The red steer coming next has some intriguing pieces. He's big-footed, he's heavy-boned, he's sure stout, and he's sure long-necked. That steer for me needs a little more consistency and strength at top line. He wants to twist out up front. I'd like to change him in the build of his shoulder, because whenever we get him in motion, it just causes him to fall apart just a little too much in his top line, and from the top of his tailhead to his shoulder blade, he wants to run downhill just a little more than ideal. The steer coming next, standing still, he's just a little better in his top line. I like the kind of rib and body that he's got. He's just a little plain-headed. He's just a little frailer in his bone work. He needs to go with just a little more athleticism. Here's a steer that's very shapely. He's very muscular. He's a very high cutability kind of a steer that is long, that is extended, and he's relatively correct in his structure. He gets just a little too hard-bodied. Right in his heart and forerib, he's too dry right there. Back into his flank, wants to cut up too much and just needs to be dropped down there to balance up. Here's a better-bodied steer that's just a little straighter off both ends and just a little plainer there in terms of his muscle shape down his top and out of his hip. Needs to move just a little bit better. Here's one that's got a lot of muscle, a lot of stoutness. Gets a little rougher in the way that he's constructed down his top. I'd like to change the set of his hind leg and see him blend together just a little bit smoother whenever we get off to the side view profile of him. But again, a good class of them there in Class 2 of our AOCs. Congratulate those exhibitors as they work their way out.
Placings for our medium lightweight. First place, Kaiser Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. In second, Savannah Sanchez, Samuel Clemens, FFA. In third, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H. In fourth, Cambry Bibb, Fisher County 4-H. In fifth, Abigail Smith, Robert Lee, FFA. And in sixth, Peyton Nuncio, McCullough County 4-H. Now coming into the ring will be our medium weight other breeds, 32 in the class. The weight range is 1241 to 1339. Exhibitors are Stratton Shirts, Ropes FFA, Kinsey Hobb, Milam County 4-H, Taylor Simpson, Brown County 4-H, Caden Sumrall, Bront FFA, Kylan Pitcott, Robert Lee FFA, Gianna Turco, Davenport FFA, Cutter Collins, Destiny Potter, Eustace FFA, Jackson Cremans, Grandview FFA, Logan Yanisek, Karnes County 4-H, Avery Bolin, Kerr County 4-H, Tracer Morales, Olton FFA, Luke Altman, Lubbock County 4-H, Hannah Pickrell, Tahoka FFA, Cheyenne Ashbrook, Tahoka FFA, Braden Henry, New Home FFA, Torrin Tinney, Mason County 4-H, Harper Simpson, Nolan County 4-H, Camden Fullwood, Nolan County 4-H, Carter Aldridge, Tom Green County 4-H, Lawson Dankworth, Tom Green County 4-H, Bradley Muth, Floresville FFA, Maddox Hartman, Wilson County 4-H, Creed Vineyard, Wise County 4-H, Colton Beard, Victory FFA, Ashton Floyd, Denver City FFA, Stiles Patton, Milam County 4-H, Sierra Wheeler, Wall FFA, and Sydney Costilla, Santo FFA. I want to make a correction on that last class of our medium lightweight. Our second place exhibitor was Caitlin Nix from De Leon FFA. Let's give these exhibitors along the rail a round of applause, please. I want to thank each of you for coming to the San Angelo Stock Show. We hope you have a safe trip home and hope to see you back next year. And good luck down the road. Attention in the steer barn, Stratton shirts, ropes, FFA. We need your steer.
This class is awesome. There's a lot of good cattle up here on the top end. If you guys would, if you're in the stands, put your hands together for these exhibitors on bringing a set of cattle that are this good. Well, up on the top end, I know probably the top handful in this class came to win the fair, and I don't blame you. If I had one that was as good as some of these up on the top end, I'd be really, really excited. And they are so, so good. And it just comes down to the little things that are going to sort them out for me. The kind of steer that I like is the one that's going to go ahead and lead off. It's hard to put that kind of look and balance in one from the side. And what I really like about this steer, my favorite thing about him is not standing still. It's whenever we get the cattle in motion. He is so good at the ground. He's awesome footed. He is so good in the build of his hip and his hind leg. The length and levelness of his hip, the set of his hock, the way that he sits down in his rear ankle, it's the best in here, and that's not close. The way that he's laid back in his shoulder allows his neck to come out as high as it does, and man, is that one awesome neck set and one great look up front. And that steer, whenever you get up on top of him, he comes out of the back of his shoulder square enough. He's sure got enough muscle whenever you get behind him, and then there's your look at him right there. His silhouette, his balance, especially compared to the calf that's coming out right behind him. He's so much better through his chest. He's so much better through his neck. That sets his lower body up to balance up ideally. And I do like the build of his hip and his hind leg, especially whenever you get around him behind him. From his pin to his hock to the ground, he's squarer than that calf that's going to come out right in behind him. I think that's just a really, really exceptional one to go ahead and lead us off. Now, I absolutely love this steer that's coming in second, too. Whenever you get up on top of him, the turn of his rib and the turn of his center body is the best in here, and I love that. He is so good coming out of the back of his shoulder, the squareness, the spread of muscle that he's got. He is so stout out of his hip. I love just how opened up and how bold that steer is, and he still gets around better than this calf that's coming right in behind him. Now, where he runs into a little hitch with that one that we start off with, you study him through his chest floor. We need to peel just a little bit of that out of him. His neck doesn't tie quite as good onto the top of his shoulder. You get around him behind him, and even though he gets out and his range of motion and length of stride is better than this steer that goes right in behind him, he rolls out of his hock just a little bit, and you could square him up there, but that's still an awesome, awesome calf in terms of power, dimension, body shape, just a couple minute details that are going to keep him second here in a tough class. That's a good one. The one that's coming out in third standing still, he is awesome. He is incredibly good balance. He probably resembles the class winner just a little bit more from the side view profile in terms of balance than the one in second or even the one right in behind him. I love his neck set. I love his shape, and I love his freshness whenever you get up on top of him. That is one killer looking one that's got a great handle, and he is so fresh and he is so dialed in 12 o'clock. Whenever we set the cattle in motion, that's where he's third, and that's where he's comfortably third for me. Up front, we need to lane back just a little bit, but main thing, you study him out of his hip and his hind leg, his hock, and especially his hock his rear pastern is where he doesn't get out and he doesn't set down quite as soft as those other two that go out right ahead of him. Every time he sets down, jams it in just a little bit harder than he needs to, and again, in a tough class, it just comes down to a few little things that are going to keep another real good calf there in third. This one in fourth, whenever he came in, I thought he was going to be a booger to get around, and he sure is. That's another one that's awesome in terms of his body. He's awesome in terms of his freshness. If you go in and get your hands on that steer, he is right on in terms of the way that he comes out of the back of his shoulder. He is so good in his uniformity of finish over his last ribs. I love that about him. And there's a few things for me in that calf that are going to keep, again, another awesome one that's sitting here in fourth. His lower body balance, the deepest part of him, is right there through his chest floor. For me, that steer's the straightest in the angle of his shoulder whenever we get him in motion. Of our top four, he gets just a little bit frailer there in his bone work, and whenever we get him in motion because of his shoulder angle, I'm not sure if it's because his shoulder angle's just a little bit straight or what it causes it, but his top line just isn't quite as consistent. Just right there in the center of his back, he just dishes and pinches right there just a little bit. But again, that's an awesome calf. I'd hate to have that one and stand fourth, and I feel for you because that's another really good one. That's just what I see in the cattle. The one that's coming out here in fifth, awesome looking one from the side view. Neck set's great, top line's great. Get up on top of him, though, he's not as bold, he's not as fresh, he's not as expressive in his shape. His right there in his heart and his forerib, he doesn't open up quite as bold and quite as round as those other ones. For me, I'd like to change him just a little bit in the way that his chest floor sits in him too. Kind of an awkward shape to it, which throws him out of balance just a little bit. Here's a calf that's awesome in terms of muscularity. He's great in terms of his handle. He's just a nickel straight up front for me, and I'd like to set him back at his knees, square him up on his front feet. I'd like to set him back at his hock just a little bit and see him just a little sounder to go ahead and work up in just an awesome class that we have out here. Structure's going to keep him where he sits. This other steer that's coming right in behind him, That's a good-looking sound one, and I like that. Whenever he hit the gate, I really, really like that steer. There's just not enough horsepower there. Whenever you study him in his rib and his center body, needs to be opened up, needs to be just a little bit stouter out of his hip. The young man's gold calf coming out next. There's pieces of this steer I really like. Extension up front, length and levelness of his hip is good. That steer just gets a little too off in his top line. He gets just a little too open there at the top of his shoulder blade, and he breaks and dishes too much there. We need to peel just a little bit of chest floor out of that one. Young man that's over there on the far side, he's got him a good calf that just doesn't want to cooperate with him, but he's been hanging in there with him the whole time. That's a good-bodied, muscular steer. Just need to change him up just a little bit, and he's running gear out of his hip and his hind leg. The one that we're going to go ahead and round out our class with, red steer that's really bold-bodied. He's really stout. He's really dimensional, a little too round and a little too short out of his hip, and he just doesn't get out and travel quite as well as he needs to get amongst them here in a really, really tough class. But again, congratulations to all the exhibitors there, not just the top 10. There was a lot of cattle that we sent out of here that were dang sure good ones. So if you would, put your hands together, pay them off as they work their way out. Congratulations on a great class.
Results of that medium weight class: in first place was Styles Payton from Milam County 4-H. In second, Ashton Floyd, Denver City FFA. In third, Luke Altman, Lubbock County 4-H. In fourth, Stratton Schertz, Ropes FFA. Fifth is Maddox Hartman, Wilson County 4-H. And in sixth, Kinsey Hobbs, Milam County 4-H. And now entering the ring will be our final class of the day. We have 29 hit in this heavyweight class. The weight range is from 1369 to 1498. Exhibitors are Wyatt Bender, Andrews County 4-H, Kate Hilborn, Denver City FFA, Amelia Smith, Robert Lee
I haven't got on the mic to dismiss a class yet today, but I do want you guys to know that are around ringside or over there on the far side. This class is awesome and is very, very deep, and we're going to let out some really good cattle. And so I just want you to know that even if you're getting the gate today and even if you're getting dismissed, you got good cattle out here. And more times than not, a lot of these would make the top 5 in a lot of classes that we've seen out here today. And so I don't want you to hang your head. Just the depth and quality of this class is really, really good. You guys around ringside, it takes a lot to get these cattle looking like that, and I hate it that they don't get to make the top end of this class. But if you would, that's all they're going to get today is a big round of applause. But if you would, put your hands together for them as they work their way out. This is a great set of cattle, and I'm looking forward to sorting through our top end. But I just wanted you guys to know along the ringside there, over on the far side, guys brought us good set of cattle here to finish out our day.
To all you exhibitors that are leaving the ring at this time, we appreciate you coming to the San Angelo Stock Show. We'll hope to see you again next year, and we wish you luck down the road. If you have a breed champion or a reserve breed champion, we need you to go ahead and start bringing those up. We need to weigh each one of them back. So the sooner we get those up here, the sooner we can do our grand and reserve grand drive, and everybody can get headed home.
Well, another incredible class to end out our day here in the AOCs. And man, what a set of cattle that we have up here on the top end. And like I talked about there in one of those classes before, these things are very good. They are very, very hard to make. To get cattle to look like this, to put them together like this, to breed them, to feed them, to show them, man, I'm telling you, it is a struggle to get cattle to look like this, one through however many we pulled. And like I talked about, as some of those things were going out, there was a lot of good cattle that went out. And that just is kind of a testament to the depth and quality of this class all the way down. And I do think up here on the top end, incredibly competitive. And yet, I like my winner, and I like him pretty comfortably. There's your look at him right there. That thing is one awesome looking one from the side. His neck set, I love that guy in terms of his balance, and you get up on top of him, and holy smokes is he stout. He is really bold bodied. He is so stout out of his hip, and yet for one with that kind of look and that kind of power and that kind of body, watch him get out and go. Every time he picks up his front foot, his back foot feels it right there, and I like that about him. He's good in his lower joint work. He's good in his look. He's good in his balance, and I love that calf, and just in a combination of combining all that in one very hard to make pack. Another steer that's hard to make, I'll tell you what, all these are hard to make, like I said. Another steer that's incredibly unique and so fresh is this one that's coming out here in second. I love this guy up front. I love how neat he is and how extended he is up from his shoulder forward. I do like this one just a little bit better than the one coming right in behind him, just in terms of his strength of top line. From the top of his shoulder blade where he ties in over his rib and over his loin and into his hip, it's better than that calf that's coming right in behind him. Now, he's not quite as laid back in the angle of his shoulder if we're going to be just real nitpicky on him. His neck where it ties into the top of his shoulder blade just isn't quite as flush as that one that we used to win this class, and he's given up just a shot of bone work and stoutness of structure. So again, just a lot of little things that are going to keep another really good one second, but boy, you get up on top of that one, he's all there, and I love his body shape. I love his freshness, and he is absolutely 12 o'clock. The steer that's coming out here in third, whenever he hit the ring, I love some parts and pieces of this steer. He is so good in his hip and his hind leg and how he gets out and motors. I like the size of his feet. I like his stoutness of bone work just a little bit better than that steer that goes out right ahead of him. You get right in front of that calf and he turns in his knee, or he comes in at his knee too much and he turns out just a little bit at his front feet. You study that steer on the profile and he loses his top line just a little bit too much, and I'd like to see him just a little more stronger and a little more consistent there in his top line. Here's another steer that's been giving this young man a little bit of a hard time out here, but he's doing a nice job with him. This is another really nice steer. He's very smooth in his makeup. That's a long-bodied, extended kind of a calf that's got some muscle, and he's got the right kind of dimension to him. He gets just a little staler in his shape whenever we compare him to those cattle that go out right ahead of him. You study him and his lower body balance from his chest floor into his flank, wants to run the wrong direction just a little bit. For me, I could get him out and see him just a little more athletic in the way that he sits him down from behind. Here's another killer-looking one at the standstill. Well, he'll give them all they want, I can promise you that, because that is one awesome-looking, great balance, great silhouetted calf that's got a good shape to him. He, too, gets just a little bit frailer. Whenever you study him down at the surface, he gets just a nickel straight and a little hard in the way that he hits on his rear hock and rear ankle. So if we're going to get real nitpicky in a class that's this tough, that's where you do it on him. Here's another steer that I love his body. I love his structure. I love that kind of cattle. That's just a good kind of steer. For me, just a little staler in his look, and he's getting just a little staler in his shape. You study him, and right out of the backside of his shoulder blade, he's not as opened up and he's not as bold as those cattle that go out ahead of him. For me, that guy's just a little past 12 o'clock relative to those ones that go out ahead of him, but I like that one just in terms of his basics. Here's a real muscular steer in the young man's red calf that we have coming out next, and I like that about him. He gets just a little tight in his spine. He gets just a little straighter in his shoulders. You study him, and he gets just a little tight moving. The young lady that was 8, she had to get out and get to feeling better, but that was a nice calf too. He's sound, he's good bodied, kind of like one that we talked about a couple places ahead of him. That steer was just a little stale. He was a little nondescript, and he was just a little plainer in his look from the side. This one's not plain at all. He's really long-necked. He's really good down his top line. Needs a shot more flank. Gets just a nickel tighter in his ankle. Here's a muscular steer that the young lady in the green shirt's got. Gets just a little rigid moving, especially up front, just a little straighter than he needs to be. I like this steer's look and balance from the side. Again, need to give him just a a shot more freshness of shape, and just off both ends, we need to see him a little more athletic moving. A calf that's got a lot of hard muscle in him that gets just a little too tight-ribbed, and the young lady's gray calf and gets just a little rigid moving again. And then the young man that we're going to round out our class with, this is another one that's just a little bit staler in terms of his hide and hair, and it kind of takes away from his look and balance. His hip length needs to be just a little bit longer. But, boy, what a class of them to end out our day. I'll tell you what, our AOCs were awesome. Congratulations to these young people for bringing an awesome set of cattle. Put your hands together for them if you don't mind.
Results of our heavyweight AOC class. In first place, Berkeley Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Second, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. In third, Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H. In fourth, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. In fifth, William Wall, Idalou FFA. And in sixth, Kenley Allen, Ellis County 4-H. We will now have our first and second place from each of our AOC classes coming back into the ring to judge for the breed champion. Also, steer exhibitors, if you had a breed champion or reserve breed champion, if you are not here in the holding area, we need you here to reweigh before we do the grand champion drive.
There's a cup that is a financial stock show cup that was included in the box of the ribbons. I have no idea. It doesn't have anything like no grand champion.
Spur Arena. The Spur Arena.
But it had no anything other than financial stock show.
Give it to the judge, maybe. I don't know. Isn't there a Hoppy in the Grand Drive?
Poppy, no, he was in a
No, he was a
champion.
breed champion.
He did not get.
Okay, entering the ring now is our lightweight first place, Blaze Benson from Tom Green County 4-H. Our second in that class was TJ Kirchner from Williamson County 4-H. From our medium lightweight, our first place was Kaiser Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H. And second place was Caitlin Nix from De Leon FFA. From our medium weight division, class 3, first place was Styles Patton, Milam County 4-H, and second was Ashton Floyd, Denver City FFA. And then from our final class that we just completed, our first place was Berkeley Bird, Lubbock County 4-H, and second was Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H.
notice what I wore?
Well, black and black. These are my stock show boots that I wear all the time. I feel as convenient as some people wear these.
Even if we just wore a black shirt and a scarf or something.
We should get San Angelo stock show scarves. Do they make them?
Sure. They make San Angelo stock show shirts. You'd think they could get them for us. But
I think you could at least do that. Remember what I told you?
this one, if I turn this vest around, it says Houston Livestock Show.
Did you ever volunteer for it?
No.
But Carrie,
Yeah. I mean, I went down there and always helped. I could've-
There was sure a lot of heat here in our AOC division, as expected, and they delivered. I'll tell you what, 4 class winners and second places come back out here. Awesome set of cattle, incredible set of cattle. The one that wins that first class really set the tone for bold-bodied, muscular steers that are still good-looking and nice balance and sound enough. Like we've talked about some of our lightweight winners thus far in some of our other breed drives, he probably gives up just a little bit in terms of maturity, and he's just a little quicker in his maturity pattern as you study him. And maybe if you'd like to extend him in his growth curve just a little bit, I probably wouldn't argue with you. We talked about him from a structure standpoint. I think plenty good enough, but he does pigeon toe just a little, and you could maybe give him just a shot more bone, but that's a good calf there. I really like the build. I like the balance of this steer that comes out of that second class, and I really think he fits what I was trying to do all day in just getting cattle that are built right from the ground up. Sound cattle that are good-bodied, that are still muscular, that are still good-looking, and just have enough of everything that just aren't messed up anywhere, and he fits that to an absolute T. I don't know if he was the most overwhelming in any one area in that class, but a combination of structure, body type, having enough muscularity, and the right kind of balance allowed him to be the one that needed to come back out here and represent Class 2 in our lineup. We talked about Class 3, and we'll talk about Class 3 and Class 4 here in just a second, and boy, they brought the hammers in those 2 classes. Let me tell you, there were good cattle in there, and 2 that come out on the front line that I love them both, and I think they're very, very good. I love the structure and I love the build of this calf that wins that 3rd class. It is so hard to put that big of feet and that stout of bone work underneath one that's so flexible and so good looking, and we get him out and get him in motion. He's catty. I love that about him. He hits the ground. He's soft. He's very, very good in his hock and his rear ankle. His hip and hind leg, like we talked about there in that class, is hard to make, and whenever you get up on top of him, that calf's still got muscle. If you want to say that steer doesn't have muscle, I'll argue with you all day, because you get up on top of him, he feeds with a good square shape coming out of the back of his shoulder. He progresses right. He gets stout out of his hip. I think that steer is awesome looking whenever you get off to the side of him. Now, you compare him to some of these other ones in this lineup and just study him in terms of power, in terms of dimension. We'll talk about the one that probably has that advantage here in just a second, but you talk about one that is hard to make and hard to build and so good at the ground and so good in his look and balance and freshness from the side. Talked about that last class, and what an awesome class and a phenomenal set of cattle top to bottom, and yet I was still pretty comfortable with the steer that we led off with there that comes back out to represent Class 4 in our lineup. That steer puts together a lot of things that are very hard to put together in one package. First of all, that steer, there's your look at him right there. He is unbelievably good looking. And for one to be that good looking, that stout, and then whenever you get him in motion, he's still very correct and he's still very, very good in the way that he hits the ground and in terms of his structure. Now, is he the outright leader of our class winners in terms of structure? No, I think we just talked about that steer, but that steer is so good in so many areas, and you don't get cattle very often that are that good looking, that stout, and still that sound. I can promise you that's what we do every day, and they're hard to make like that. They're hard to make even remotely close to looking like that, and a lot of our class winners are the same. There's a couple out here that hit me very, very hard. I think they're 2 cattle that really represent the kind that I like. I think they're cattle that are both right in terms of their structure and their build and their balance and their body type. They're both cattle that have muscle. They're both cattle that are still fresh. There's one of them for me that's probably just a little more there today, and then there's one of them that's going to follow him up that I think is another incredible animal. And so again, congratulations to our front line, our second in classes over there along the backside. I think we had an awesome set of them. If you would, let's congratulate all 8 of them that we have out here. I'll show you your champion in reserve here in the AOCs. Again, my hat's off to you. Great set of cattle.
Your champion AOC comes out of Class 4, Berkeley Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. And your reserve comes out of the medium weight, Styles Patton, Milam County 4-H. Okay, coming back into the ring now will be our breed champions. First, we have our champion American was shown by Coulter Winter from Lubbock County 4-H. Our reserve champion was Addie Potts from Burke Burnett FFA. Our champion British was shown by Paisley Gass, Dawson County 4-H. And our reserve champion was Kate Hilburn, Denver City FFA. Our champion Black European Cross was shown by Cannon Kirk, Parker County 4-H. And our reserve champion Black was Madeline Shixton, Perryton FFA. And our final breed champion, our AOC, was shown by Berkeley Bird, Lubbock County 4-H, and our reserve champion was Stiles Patton, Milam County. Again, we would like to thank our judge, Spencer Scotton from Nevada, Missouri, for being here today and judging our steer show. Let's give him a big round of applause. And while he's doing his thinking, again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Darling Ingredients, Sullivan Show Supply, also to those who provided the meal for the steer committee, and to all of the steer committee for everything that you helped do today to put on this show. We appreciate you volunteering and giving your time to help these kids have a great show. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, this has been awesome today. As we get our breed champions and reserves back out here, what a lineup of cattle. It's been an absolute pleasure to get to sort through them and work with your young people. First of all, thank you to the San Angelo Stock Show for having me down here. I was really, really excited whenever I got the call to come down here and work with you guys here in the steer ring. I've got to come down here to Texas quite a bit and probably work with you more so on the goat side rather than the steer side. And so I was sure excited to get to come down here and judge your steers. And boy, has it been fun. And has it been a pleasure to get to work with not only a great set of cattle, but even more importantly, a great set of young people. I got to work with a great ring staff today and everybody behind the scenes making this happen. Everything ran so smooth. If you guys would, anybody that's still left around ringside, put your hands together for everybody that worked this thing, making this thing happen. It ran awesome today. Well, we talked about it in some of those breeds, and especially as we got into the AOCs and some of those deeper breeds that we had. Every breed that we had was deep, but there was a lot of good cattle that didn't make it out here today. And I know that's frustrating sometimes, and if your goal is to make it out here for the grand drive and you're just a little bit frustrated and you're just a little bit mad and you're just a little bit mad at me, honestly, I don't blame you. I've been there too, and I probably wouldn't like you quite as well if you liked getting beat. I like a winner, and I like a winner's mentality, and so if your goal was to make it out here and you're not satisfied, don't get bitter. Keep working hard and keep grinding, and I promise you, if you put in the work and you put in the time, not every time are you going to come out here and make the grand drive at a major stock show, because there's a lot of families all across the state that are working just as hard as you are. So I wish you guys the best of luck moving forward. I know we've got a lot of show season left in the spring. I wish you guys the best of success everywhere that you go. Again, it's just been awesome to get to work through a great set of calves out here. My dad got to come down with me and ride down. He came, we got in last night, and this is what we do every day. We try to make these things, and a lot of them end up down here. Some of them do anyway, and it is so hard to put cattle together that are like this. And everybody wants to talk about cattle being hard to make, or this is hard to make, or this is hard to make. I'll tell you what's the hardest to make is a blend of balance and structure and body type and muscle, and to still have one with all of that and still be good looking. It is so tough to get cattle that are this balanced and this good in every area that you study them. And so my hat's off to you guys. It's been awesome today. Our breed champions come back out here. We'll talk about them just real quick, and we'll name you a champion in reserve. Our American division was Stout, and I thought this one came out of that division pretty handily. I thought whenever he hit the ring, just in terms of a cattle built right from the ground up, he hits that mark. He's good-footed, he's good-boned, he's good-jointed, he's good-bodied. That's a steer that's got muscle and he's got look to him. I thought that steer, just in terms of, again, having that hard-to-make balance and structure and muscle and everything put together, that steer I thought represents that division very, very well. Our one that comes out of that British division, he came out of the middleweights, or I guess our American, he came out of the middleweights as well. And for me, we talked about that steer being so good and so fresh and so youthful. And I know that calf, I think he was weighing kind of right around 1270, and he could probably use just a little more time on feed, to be honest with you. But my job here today is to pick the best cattle, not just weigh them out. And I thought that one, for me, was the best one in there from a quality standpoint. Our black division was good, and our two black steers come back out here. I love the body type. I love the mass. I love the dimension of that steer that wins that division. That's another steer that proportionally everything fits together very, very good. A very muscular steer that was second there in that division. I thought a very, very good group of them there that we had in our blacks and our AOCs. Well, I'll tell you what, some of those were coming in, and they were making my heart race really, really fast. And these two that ended up being champion in reserve, they were two of them, and not the only two. That division was deep, and it was so, so good. And we talked about this steer that wins that division being so unique in what he puts together. You really don't find very many cattle that are that good looking, that stout, and that sound all in one package. And man, he likes to get out here, and he knows he's good. He cocks off, he gets his head up, and man, that is one good looking calf. And you get him in motion for being that stout. We talked about him. He picks him up and he puts him down. I'm telling you, that steer is good footed, he's good jointed, he's awesome looking, and he's very, very stout. We talked about that steer that was second in that division. There's your look at him over there. He's incredibly good looking, incredibly good build. That is one that is hard to make from a structure standpoint and look standpoint. I thought that was a very, very good division and a very good calf that ended up second there to a really nice one. So again, congratulations to all 8 of you that made it back, that made it out here. Congratulations if you came here and showed today. I'll tell you what, it's fun to get to do this. Take advantage of it. It goes really, really quick. I can tell you that. So if you would, around ringside, put your hands together for our champions and reserves out here. Keep your hands going for the ones that didn't make it back out here. I'll go ahead and set this down. We'll select your champion in reserve. Again, thank you to everybody that had me down here, and thank you to all the young people. It was a pleasure to work with you.
Our grand champion steer for the San Angelo Stock Show 2023 is Berkeley Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion, also out of the AOC, is Styles Patton, Milam County 4-H. Congratulations to everyone and to all of you champions and reserves.
Okay. You want to give that cup to the judge? Okay.